Okay, that should be. I think we should be ready now. Welcome to Pixel Composer Development live stream as usual. It's me, Become Dev, or Phil, and today we're gonna be continuing our development on Pixel Composer 1.16.9. So, this version we will focusing on stability, compatibility, performance, and stuff like that. We won't be focusing too much on the feature because we are very close to the next stable release now, 1.17. So I want to make sure that the stable release is as smooth as possible. And well, when I say that we're not gonna have a lot of feature update, we already have new feature, the parameter view, which will allow you to edit the parameter in the graph panel. I think that's pretty cool. Of course, other software also can do that, but hey, you can do this now. Now there is definitely a huge performance problem with the graph preview, so having it also displaying this make it even worse. So that's why I make it a toggle, so you only have to toggle, or I recommend to only toggle some node that you want to edit, not every node at the same time, and you can make your performance even worse, right? And right now I'm in the process of updating the previous collection to make sure that it all works. I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Web file import. Okay, checking bug review on that, bug report on that too. Yeah. Disappear. Wait, why is it like that? What? Oh, that's a slider. Shouldn't it be the opposite? So last night I working on the group rendering problems, because we still have some bug in the system. Yesterday I just found quite a critical fundamental rendering bugs regarding the node the node groups, and yeah, spent some time fixing it a while, including this morning as well. I wake up at like 7 a.m. right? And the first thing I just do, I just went straight to the computer and start fixing this bug, because it's been, how do we call it, balking balking it's like take a space inside my brain all the time, right? Luckily I haven't dreamed, I didn't dream about fixing it but yeah, it make my sleep schedule a little bit weird. So like I wake up 7 a.m. and just work on it, and yeah, we kind of fix it for now. But I don't know, that node always give me a problem, right? It's always buggy. There's gonna be one bug or two or three every time I try to update, try to fix things. I have a feeling that it's just fundamentally bad, it's just fundamentally flawed, and the other way to like actually fix it is to just start over, like at least the rendering and the group system. But I just patch it, I just keep adding small fix here and there, hoping that it will help. and it's been working well so far, so I don't want to touch it so much. But man, that system, man, what a mistake. I tried to make it modular, right? Because the group system also being used by all the previous group, like the iteration group, the feedback groups, the rigid body simulation groups, or the unique group also derived from the normal groups, even though it have different rendering patterns. Like the loop system have fundamentally different way to render the graph, right? Or the feedback system, sometimes it takes value from the nodes, sometimes it takes the previous frame value, stuff like that. They all have different way to render and take in input output. So trying to have this one parent object, parent group object, that are modular and fast and work at the same time is really difficult. And I think that my life would be way easier if I just treat groups as one thing, and the other group system just become its own thing, right? But I didn't do that at the beginning, so now I have to suffer the consequence. Composition over inheritance, that's what they say. And yeah, I agree. Anyway, right now I'm just gonna go back and update all the default collection to use a newer version to be the latest version and to not crash. So yesterday I just updated the tutorial and the sample project as well. Didn't add anything new. Didn't even add the getting start project. I should be adding that more. There's a lot more feature that I have to cover now. But yeah, I just updated to the latest version for now, and we're gonna go through all the default collection and update it. And I also want to like fix up the interface as well, so that it have like a proper grouping and stuff like that. So oh no, scale, oh shit, scale, so threshold, iteration, threshold, why is it called dimension? Surface in, effect, iteration, scale, smoothness, threshold. Surface input, color remove, just keep it the same name, no problem. Dissolve, decoration, surface in, call it the same way here. Surface in 3D. Bevel light, surface in, coin toss, extrude, stacks, just rename it to be consistent, surface in. Disappear. We already changed that. Okay, keep it there. Oops. God damn. Interesting. Okay. Dissolve, erode, that's a name, huh? Vector, why does it call vector? Oh no. No, that's not vector. It's just called surface in. Probably called vector because also that doesn't have name. Well, whatever, I guess. Call vector because, yep, because the junction itself called vector. Oh well. Vector split the height of the object. This node has no name. It's fine. Why does it have no name? It doesn't load name in, I guess. But it does work normally, so let's go. Not yet. Add in the surface. Surface and effect groups in there, so that we can now replace that. The vector split, right? Maybe the vector split. How do we call it? Vector split? Vector split. Set dimension x96. We just set it to 0. Right. Cool. Then we update everything so far. Continue one by one, updating more node. Hi, welcome to another day of Visual Composer development. Yeah. Explode, right? And it doesn't work because the animation, the group order is wrong. The group order is wrong. God damn it! Oh my god. So explode, right? Which means that if you try to load the older version of your project with groups into the newer version, the order will also be shuffle. Which is not the end of the world, but the data would also Be careful. Now, do we have input priority? What do we call it? We do have input priority, right? It's all 0 though. I'm so dumb. So stupid. What are we working with here? Input priority, which is a value that used to determine the order of the input, because for some fucking reason, when you serialize and deserialize a JSON struct, the order change. The order just random. It doesn't respect the order of the object in a struct. This sucks because now I cannot rely on that to load in the node in a deterministic way or something. I don't know. Like, it's really bad. So now, yeah, array are, right? But struct aren't. So now I have like 3 different systems that make to rearrange objects that I change every version, and it just that's compatible with each other. Every time I change the new system, I'm like, oh, now I load in the previous node and the order is weird. Wow, shit. So, well, this wouldn't change. Oop. But well, let's see. Now we look in the explode, and the order is like this. So we, why is it called dimension again? So the input here, the input, how does it work? The group input, right? Group input, it probably have inherit name properties, okay, but input parent get input value update. Here we just check if the display name, I forgot, when we load a node, we load apply here. Nope. What the? Oh, there's also a variable called rename. Oh man, don't do this. Internal name, which we also store. Alright. But not the. Or we use set display name. Okay. Set display name. Rename, internal name, display name, internal name, and etc. Alright. What is the default value for display name? Nothing. Okay. So, because we would set display name when you load the object, load the node here, we can go to the group input and group output for that matter. Apply deserialize. This happens after deserialize, so we can just say inherit name equal display name. Something like that. disappear, explode. Now it's still called same way, probably because this node is being made in like really old version. Yeah, 1160. Oh, because output connect first? No. Wait. Is it the name problem? Again, one more time. So yeah, so it does have its initial name, right? Cool. Do we not have it? It literally just a just a number. Okay. Just say that inherit name equal false. So it would just that for both groups and output too. Oh, alright, wait, what? Oh, I already do that. Okay. So I already have that, but it's still not working then. If inherit name, well, that's not. I mean, that could work, but then it means that when you create a group input and then you close the project before connecting it to anything, and then you open it back again and then connect it to other values, it will now not inherit the name even though it's never connected to anything before. Which is fine, I guess. I mean, if you create a group input, then you probably should be connecting it to something at least. No, it's still not working. What? Okay. Because it attribute. Because it attribute. Because it attribute. Because it attribute, I would assume. Then okay. Okay. Well. Just. Ah, fine. Okay, we can do it like that then. God damn. That's terrible. Oh, what's a region text for? Well, region is just used to fold the code. Just to use to fold the code. It doesn't do anything else. Because normally it will, the GameMaker IDE, they will automatically do that for you. But when you enable that, it's just gonna try to like collapse everything, turn everything into region, like if else, for loop and stuff like that. I found it to be annoying. So I just say, let me do it manually. I'm just gonna define the region and end region here so that you can collapse it easily. Just for ease of use. Explode. Okay, now we have the proper name. Okay, cool. And we have to set order. Scale progress. Effect. And change it. Scale it have to be 5. Animate the progress. 0 to 1. Does it even work though? Yeah. Yeah, I have to use region a lot because I just have like one big script, right? Script like panel and stuff like that. Like the graph panel, the graph display is like 2,000 line script file. And it's gonna be terrible to navigate without the region. So now we have the next one is the fade up. Also, in the transform already have opacity setting. Opacity, we call it opacity. Let's just use the word alpha. So that they are consistent with other node. Now we don't even need this. We can say transform and animate opacity or alpha directly in here. Now it doesn't even have to be a group at all. In fact, it can just be a single node. Maybe we can rename it fade up. I mean, it's that simple. And what else? Mosaic. Surface in angle scale progress. Surface effect. Wait, why does it call background? Background or it called background? Surface input. And we also have to remove this. Kind of hard to see. What happened when it says 0 then? What did this? Oh, just do this. Progress control multiply to the shift values. Multiply to a shift value. Makes sense, I guess. Multiply by -1. Oh, so we invert the value. Maybe it's a slider from -1 multiplied by, if it's black and white, so 0 to 1 though. Can I just multiply 1.5? Shift 0. If shift 0, it looks like this. What a weird things. And then add -0.5. Technically it should just be completely white, right? 0 to 1, so it's just gonna apply this, replace with selected. Oops. Random mosaic effect. The same problem, node order is wrong. Change this, change that. Pixel white. No, it doesn't actually work. Dimension. Surface in. RGB scale. Oh, this one only have one input. Maybe just do that, I guess. Of course, we have 3 different nodes. We can also do array, I guess. I think, is it worth it though? Array and then stacker? Yeah, I'm not sure. Speed away. Linux port, please. Well, I think I like dabble into the Linux port stuff for a little bit there, but there's some problem with the extension I use because it have like it use like DLL and stuff, dynamic link library, and it's not very easy to port those from one platform, one OS to another. So yeah, there's some problem with that. The same thing with Mac too, because like the code itself, the basic functionality, those are easily cross-platform stuff, right? I use GameMaker, it can do like platform OS conversion pretty easily, but it's gonna be like the extension things, the shader, the stuff like that doesn't work well between different platforms, and that's a problem that I'm having. Make it so difficult to port it. I wish I could port it to Mac too, man. I just bought like Mac Mini for like a lot of money and I can't. It's just gone. I can't make it work. Other people was like people reporting it have black screen and stuff like that I can't even replicate it on a Mac device I have. So like, oh my god. Yeah, right now like many people, not many, some user use like Wine and stuff like that, right? The what do we call compatibility layer, translation layer to run Visual Composer on other operating system, and they make it run better than me manually porting it. So we're like, oh my god, what's going on here? Yeah, I heard that Proton, some people use Proton, but from the conversation I heard, they say that Wine runs better. WebGL view. Manage. What is this? And it's also not working. Ship 0. What? Oh, what even is this? Huh. What the? Oh, it's an animation. Shift value? Subtract. Wait, not? Subtract. Problem issue with selecting fonts. Oh, really? Okay. Selecting fonts. It's probably like the file system stuff then. Yeah. Why is it just B? What do you mean B? Press progress 0 to 1. Just like that. Cool. Okay. Filter. Why is this one big? Why is it bigger than the other? With fonts, right? Selecting fonts. And text rendering too. Text rendering is something that I want to get into a little bit more, but that's like the cons of using game engine, I guess, because it doesn't give you much control over the text rendering stuff. When you try to do like fancy things like having multiple font or multiple style in the same text, which could be really useful with localization too. It just refuses to do that. You have to do it manually, and it just causes massive performance drop. Port to Game Boy Color. Oh, that's going to be the next version. Yeah, that's going to be in Visual Composer 1.225. About 70 years later. Don't worry, it's on the roadmap somewhere. Yeah, fonts are expensive. Oh my god, what is this? Yeah. What is surface in distance? Okay. Surface effect, and that's it. Cross hash. This effect never worked, by the way. This default collection stuff, it's mostly just used for like checking for debugging. I doubt that people will use this that often. They probably create their own custom collection if they have the need for one. I will use it for just like do some cross version compatibility stuff. Scale a little bit. What do we have here? Hatch size. What is this? It just do 2 stripes and then some blending. Okay. Some blending, multiply. Oh, level. What the hell is this? Why is it blue? Alright. you just control the size of the hashing effect and the width. That's kind of cool. I have no idea what it does. I mean, it's do that. Yeah, okay, you multiply it, you blend it to it affect by the brightness of the pixel too, I guess. Level, huh? I mean, it's kind of work. Doing the same thing I do when I look at all project. Oops. Okay. Update that. From good. Also, it's also it's kind of annoying, right? When you double click to preview, but when you double click the group, you enter it. So you have to do right click and then click set to preview. It's not really intuitive, isn't it? Should the action of entering a group be something else? Double click. Triple click? Wait, no. Triple click. Triple click. Triple click go hard. Yeah, I've never seen any software use triple click before. Is it, how bad is that? 1 2 3 1 2 3. Double right click. Now that's a new one. A modifier. You mean the modifier click to enter a groups, right? Double right click, yeah. That can be fun. Control where, let me see, what do we have here? Control click is used for dragging, shift click, shift double click. Blender? Wait, you do the double right click in Blender? I never used that before. It's not like I use Blender a lot, but like, what does it do? We can do shift double click. What does shift do again? No, shift is used to select multiple node, right? Right click is select. Yeah, they changed that now, right? Change to 2.8 in 2.8, isn't it? All click does also work too. Yeah, they make it normie friendly. Normie like me, for example. I don't think shift click is a problem there. Let's make it shift click, right? Okay, sure, why not? So how would we implement that in graph? Double click is just a global variable, so it should be easy to see. Here, nope, and here. Double click, double click. Here, switch content. What is this? Inspector focus on double click. What is this preference? Inspector focus on double click? Focus on double click. Focus on double click. Panel inspector. Inspector switch content if panel inspector has switch content. Preference. Interface inspector. Focus on double click. There's no difference. Inspector focus on double click. Well, I mean, what does it mean? So it's not this at least. Instance frame holding inspection inline groups. Nope, not this. Says form. Nope. Is it in here? Add context. Oh, it's in here. Alright. So, instead of this, delete it for the next update and wait for bug report. Yeah, that's actually did that in the past too. I mean, probably not in the past, pretty recently too. Sometimes I just like delete stuff because it caused a bug, so I just delete it, and then we just got a different bug report, and I'm like, oh, so now we add it back and we try to actually fix the bug for real. But that one doesn't cause any problem for it. We're just gonna keep that. We're gonna keep that for now. Now the on double click here. On double click. Holy shit. That's what happened when you cannot access the super parameter, the super variable in GameMaker language. I don't understand why you cannot make it functional. I mean, to be fair, I have been using GameMaker language for something it wasn't made for, so kind of my fault, but still. So we just changed that on double click. Did we use it for something else? Use it for graph VCT. Oh, that's a new one. That's not a new. That's an old one. Do we still have biterator in here? No. Where is it? Oh, we didn't. Oh, just hide. There's no way that's gonna work. There's no way that's gonna run. There's no way. Yep. Okay, it's fine. Visities. Oh my god, yeah, I'm not gonna debug that. This is an old feature. Well. but then can we just remove this? You know what, let's just no, we can do on double click and then just say if holding shift then do all of this, right? What does it do here? Run in one on group tab self if open new, oh okay, open group in new tabs, in new tab. I don't think that even works, isn't it? Let me see. Open in new tab. Oh, it worked. What the hell? Yo, it almost worked. some rough edge here and there, but yeah, I mean it oh yeah, there's some display problem here too, and I would assume that if I maybe do something with this. No, it worked. Okay, sure. So you can just do if shift, if what do we call it, keyboard press shift, or we can just guard it, right? If not, return. That's it. But when you do that, you also block. Double click this too, so we have to do return false. True. VCT. I want it to work again. Yeah, it could be kind of fun actually. It could be kind of fun. You know what? Anyway, go back to here first. So we say if it double click success, just make it do that. I can put it in the same line too, but it's gonna be a bit too confusing. If not hovering and focus and blah 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 blah. Actually, this should be last. Yeah, to put it in different line for now. Shouldn't be too bad. Run it. Yeah. Now you just have to hold shift to enter. Yeah. And we have to update the getting start guide, right? Ooh, why is it kind of laggy? Group and collection. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, display text. Display text. Ooh. The hovering is too aggressive. So let's say if P hovering, no, not P hovering. Like this? Don't remember now. Let's see the starting guide. Group and collection. No. What is something equal this? I don't remember. Focus over get con. Wait. Oh, we can do pantograph dot hovering node equals self. Maybe hovering node equals self. Ooh. But does it even recognize itself to be hope? No, not hovering node, not hovering. Okay, maybe this. Wave file. Oh, bug report, huh? Okay. Nope. Group collection. Oh, okay, cool. What we want to do is here, let's just say button shift plus left mouse. Why is it shift plus left mouse? Double click in a group to see the content inside. The FPS you mean here? Or I just add another display for like the real. I close it. Shit. For showing the like the uncapped FPS, so that I can profile the performance a little bit better. And save it. ET shift. Save it. Save it. Include file. Clicking start. Okay, override that for now. Also, no, nope, interface. Graph panel. And group now. Use shift double click. Oops. Okay, now we're gonna continue updating the collection. Crumpled. Oh, shift double click. I forgot. Just add up. Like, why doesn't it work? Okay, but that's gonna need some muscle memory. So if that's in. Dot matrix input pixel input pixel first effect. Let's just use some basic shapes, some circle. Oh, I I forgot. I can't just double click now. Cool. Yeah, that's gonna take some time to get used to the new control. Maybe I should make it a preference, right? Yeah, make it a preference so that you can revert it back, because this is have some friction in there. So let's say panel graph group require shift. Let's make it true by default. Say if require shift and interface. Remember add no position connection type. Let's just say require shift. Require shift. Hold shift to enter groups. Cool. Dot matrix, pixel density. Oops. Scale. Cool. Shift. Forgot to hold shift again. This one is really simple actually. Yeah. Game Boy Advance, GBA effects, also really simple. Just some colorize or some posterize actually. And shift. Surface in palette. Effect. Glitch effect. Oh no. Why is it an array now? Noise anisotropics x amount. Oh, it's now take in x and y amount independently. I see. So we can remove this. We can remove all of this. In fact, connect this to this, the x amount. No, y amount. Right. X is fixed to 2. X is fixed to 2. Amount here set to y. Y. amount, or rename that to surface in amount probably should be renamed to like detail, because if it's low detail, intensity speed, surface in effect, singular. LCD effect for this node is pretty big, isn't it? It also still works. Did not expect it to work, to be honest. Surface effect. Nah, it's not that big. Surface in. Pixelate, also fairly simple. Yep, just rename surface in a rim light, but that's not. The order is all wonky again. No. Surface triangle color, side thickness. This one have to be angled, so colors. What is this? What the hell is this? Audio. What the? There's a lot to change here. We have to animate. We don't even have to animate it. We can just keep it like that, I guess. Saw some weird color alpha. Okay, let's just add render. Extract color, extract border, and then just blend it based on that. Okay, probably just the alpha values being higher than 1 causing the weird artifact. Wave should be very simple. Why is the input not a surface? Oh no. Wave amount amplitude. What? Actually, when you hover and the text show up, but it doesn't hover the junction itself. Oh, that's why it become kind of weird. Let me check. The text come up, but the key that get hover. Draw names. hover equal point in. Oh my god, it's check in here. All right, that's not a good idea. Draw connection. Draw junction. Jeez. Okay. Wow. All right. What the hell is going on here? And return is hover, which is just check in rectangle. It's even in different shapes. This one check point in circle, even check in rectangle, different size. God damn it. Let me see. I guess we can just we didn't use. Okay, only the scale. Oh no, that's down there too. What are these? Draw text integer, blah blah. Draw name, right? Or this one just draw the name of the junction. Yeah, let's just use this. I guess this could be like a static variable or something, but mx, my, xy, the weights are the same, so or we can just cache this value, I guess. Just say value, no, draw, right? Just say draw hovering, no, hovering, hover in graph. Okay, and rename this to surface input. The rest probably the same, question mark. Yeah, surface effect. Generator echo. Oh boy. Echo. This generator, there's no way it still works though, right? Man, the mess there is kind of unfortunate, but let me see. Let me check if it works or not. No, it kind of worked. It's output the wrong data though. I would assume that this B connect to nothing. Okay. Trail groups, which is an old feedback loop too. Wow, what the hell is going on here? So we have this, we have no names, not a good sign. A node with no name, probably some. Anyway, we load in the background, which something blend with this, something blend with this. not connecting, or it connected to the wrong one because the group order is different. Alright. So the problem is just the group order. Not yet. What the hell? Why there's so many output? Because there are many outputs. But alright. Okay. Draw names. Call it from here. Here. Oh, because we didn't check if the output is visible or not, right? So do we just do that? Now I didn't put it in here, even though I probably should. But that's because of optimization, right? So we can just put it in here, I guess. Wait, which one? Is, let's say, length. And this have to be surface in. At the end of the day, the best way to create this kind of like trail effect, you probably only need a single node that do that, right? Because if you want to have a detailed animation, you want the resolution to be high, you have to be able to render like subframes, right? Because the core concept of this effect is just you just render multiple frames and then you draw it on top of each other. But if your motion is really fast, then of course it's gonna be weird. You're gonna see the step, right? So you have to be able to subsample the movement between frames, and you can only do that, at least in Pixel Composer, if it's all done in a single node, right? Because then you can calculate, you can interpolate the value between each of the moment, each of the motion, and then apply it accordingly. I'm not gonna have to rewrite the entire rendering system to be able to like run at decimal frames. Just thinking about it is scary enough. Starfield. What a mess. Do we have here? Some problem here. Here too. Scale 1 size 0. It's simply just overlaying different layer of like a dot generator. So simple. Anyway, yeah, there is a bug there. Okay, there also a bug there too, where when you hide the label here, the preview doesn't move up. Yeah, and that's not very good. So that is probably draw preview. Okay. Here the bounding box come from draw get bounding box, show parameter and then pad label and avoid label. So if we, for example, okay, so the draw name doesn't get updated. So at this point draw name has to be false. Draw node names, because we do that. Alright, so we just have to, or because we, yeah, it's fine, we can put it there, I guess, because function call is really slow for some reason. Just put it outside here, would be faster than putting the guard clause inside, because then the code have to like jump in a function and then jump out immediately, and that is really slow. Even if you use inline function, it still doesn't do that. It's still slower. So let's just put it there. Anyway, that's the star field. Nothing big, nothing important to be fixed there. Texture map, this one always work. Use that all the time. Checkerboard. Oh, this one is mess. Hey, but it worked. Wow, that's quite impressive. I mean, even the order is correct. Wait, is it? Current replacement palette from palette to, oh no, that one is disconnect somehow. Let's do that. The order get a little bit wonky, bit weird, but yeah, it does this to value cost swap. Nothing serious. Okay. This though, oh boy. Yep. Yep. And double click inside. Yep. So we have the same checker here. Get the tile size, connect it to here. All of this color replacement. So let's go to here first. This is an array that takes the background color, which is an array for some reason. So the tile size is here. It's probably take in dimension. Okay, so it gets the data from the dimension. Let's refresh that. So that we can say dimension 32 to 128, tile size 32, 32, and rearrange it. Background color, tile color. Just call it dimension. Just call it sizes and render properties. Background color one is, well, should have seen that coming, huh? Oh boy. The color selector take in an array instead. Okay, haven't even saved that. Shit. Go back to checker background. Yeah, I haven't saved that, so everything is a mess like usual. We can deal with that last. Let's just get inside first. We reset the value. Reset the value. Set it to something that makes sense. The background color need to be reset completely, so just delete it. Be the best way. Color one. Okay. Checkers of this padding, color replacement. I mean, this is not correct. Dimension, type size, background color 1, background color 2, type color 1, type color 2. Call it effect, right? No, size. Render. Give it appropriate color, let's say. Can't see that. What do we have here? We generate the checker pattern, we tile it, and then we increase the padding space, and then we send it to a solid node, which just convert everything to just solid. Take that in dimension, use it as a background. Color replacement. Remove this. I'm not sure what I'm trying to do here, to be honest. Divided by 2, added in padding, so pad out by 2. Is it multiply? Should it be add? No, multiply then. Multiply so that you can only select or mask out this area here, but there are also so we only want to remove this white color. Right, if the goal is to just remove this white dot outside, then in the color replacement we can just say we select pure white, and you add them together. you could remove the cloud here and do that. Yeah, okay. Then we have the background to background color and high color. Still not sure what I'm trying to achieve here. Is it what I want? As long as it works, I guess. I feel for myself. Lightning effect. Oh, that's not working at all. All because of the angle blue Migo. This one has to be in Vigo, right? Yeah. The bloom effect also not working too, so what is this? This is blur and level. Why don't you just use normal blue? The blur itself is not working. Oh, the blur override color setting is not working. Okay. Collection. No. Blur. Color override, which is here, just override color. In the blur Gaussian node, override color. If override color equal 1, you multiply RGB and then A. Multiply override color with the override alpha equal result. Blur with the level. Random seed. Yeah, it should be more random than that. could have a new node to render lightning altogether, because using line node to generate lightning is not a good idea. I don't even know why I thought it was a good idea. It should be a separate node that just generate lightning shape, right? Because lightning is not just a wiggle line. You can do a lot more to it. Should be like an MK lightning or something. But yeah, let's just put that in the using line is kind of lame. These are simple effects. We could just replace it directly. Oop, except you. Dimension scale shadow width. Right. Yep. Okay. Dimension amount. Okay, then we go to the map. I haven't even updated this at all for a long time now, because I don't think it's that particularly useful. Area wipe, generate area types based on this. I mean, it still works. It's just a basic map, to be fair. I mean, it's in map group, so yeah, of course there's gonna be a basic map. Grid, what does it do here? Get the index column spacing and output position grid. Yeah, okay. Vector 2. Maybe make it an integer index. Hold shift and double click. I see. It might be a bit troublesome there, because you use shift to toggle selection too, right? So you kind of unselect object and then select it like that, or you, yeah. But it's not a big deal, I guess. Double click, man. You double click, you know what's gonna happen, I guess. We have the grid option, vector magnitude. Isn't that just calculate? Square root 2. Yeah, just take a vector and then calculate the length. Cartesian, what do we call it? Cartesian range or something? It's not even correct. The hell? Oh, it's powered by 0. Okay. Transform. Okay, we can just load out. I think these nodes are pretty simple. It should not be difficult to check all of them at the same time. Well, what is this? Yeah, okay, no problem with the rest except the heat subtool. So we can just say update all current collection. Then go to heat subtool here. What do we have here? Input surface in. Oh, the same problem. Order. The rest is normal, no problems. Transition, also pretty simple. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any of these to have a problem. It's just a basic transformation. Yep, the rest are all the same. So let's just go update all. Warp. Warp should also be fairly simple. Yep. Can add, I don't know, separator. Wait, I just deleted. So dumb. Well, we only have to add two separator. Oh, whoa. Excuse me? Oh, what's going on here? I didn't. Panels. No, collection. Close this. Go to collection and input order. Separator editing is not. It's using content. No, it used index. Okay. Dragging, but dragging equal display list. No, it used the content. Okay, well, it used content. It based on the content. Wait, but why is it the same array? That's just weird bug now, isn't it? Array push. Just say add to them and say surface. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, maybe it's a dragging. When you drag and drop the object, it duplicates it somehow. Surface in. Okay, we can just reload or well, that's break immediately. Attribute question mark. Oh no, we still haven't. Oh, well. Attribute question mark. Oh my god, that was so old. There are 3 places? Oh no, it's using the same node. We stopped using DSMap for it for a long time now. It's already a struct. This is like such an old bug. The fact that no one has reporting it probably means that no one used this node at all. Okay, look like it's wait, it is very safe. Come on. It's almost time for lunch. So we're gonna go. Yeah, that's just gonna finish all of this. Oh, that's just one last group. So yeah, load all of them. The bubble already fixed that. The this one is just a single node. I never know why it's collection. Sure. Kal this also only have one input, so just rename it to surface in. Repo should be no problem. Just rename to surface in, and then add a separator. Gonna do it real quick now. We almost finished, almost done with this. Once we update all of this, we're gonna go get some lunch, and we're gonna come back and check a bug report, fix some bug, then we might start to do something else. So to world, okay, it's working. Rename it. And separator. Surface. And effect. To roll in. To roll out should also be the same. Yep, exactly. Just rename. Add a separator. Surface. Effect. Update. Same thing here. Surface in. This one only have one junction, so don't need to add in separator. Just update. Water. Surface in. What's going on here? They want to send it to Perlin. Scale to Perlin. Scale to scale. Surface to dimension. Animate position from here 0 to 1 or unit. One. Surface. Effect. Update. Nice. Now we finished updating all the default collection. Let's just zip it. 3D decoration, disappear, filter, generator, math, transform, transition, warp. Send it to zip collection, and then update a new file in data collection. Nice, cool. Okay, update collection, and what do we call again? Getting start. Getting start project. Getting project. Oh. Projects. Cool. Update default collection, not just collection. And I'm gonna go and get some lunch. So we're gonna pause the stream for now. I'm gonna come back again in the afternoon, probably in an hour or two, and we gonna check out some of the bug report. Oh, general chat, what do we have here? Yeah, okay, we're gonna come back and then gonna check some bug report from the Discord, and yeah, check those out, fix some bug, and we might start to do this is something new. I have a plan for what to do today, so I'm excited too, but for now, well, let's take a break, take a lunch break. Getting lunch. No, let's say lunchtime. Why is it not centering? I think I set the text alignment to center too. It doesn't work. Back around an hour, let's say 12:30 local time. There we go. Put it in the middle. Okay, cool. Let's see you guys then. Hi. So we are back. We just have lunch, and yeah, we just continue. Sorry, we're gonna continue the development, and so we just got a bug report in Discord. Oh no, I know. I'm sorry. I just start. Yeah, but we just got a bug report from Discord that I want to address real quick because we have something I'm planning to do in the afternoon. So we have some bug on clicking on camera node. Probably 3D camera. Okay, not 3D. Welcome back everyone. So yeah, we just finished updating all the default collection to match with the latest version and adding some new feature like the section and stuff like that. So we got a report about camera, and this is quite a really complicated node, both in terms of usage and the back end too. So I tried to like cram in a bunch of feature in there to make it more useful, but it just end up making it more complicated to use. Yeah, problem with so clicking on camera node always override any preview. Oh, okay. So that is kind of an unexpected behavior. When you have a scene, let me just load in some image like this, right? Connected to camera now, not the background, right? With the camera node, you can set the output dimension or the size of the image you want it to output. So we can set it to maybe, in this case, let's say 64. Oh no, 180, 128, right? No, that's too much. That's a half width. I hate this system. But yeah, we can set it to 64 by 64, and as you can see, the output will be 180. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Well, the area data types, right? It's a half width and half height, not full width and full height. It's really annoying. You can change it to use 2 point. That would be worse. Oh. Well, anyway, it's gonna have a fixed output dimension, right? And then you can drag the camera here around wherever you want. Now, the problem is when you are hovering or selecting other node and you click on camera. Well, I mean, when you're selecting a node with different dimension like this one and you click on camera, single clicking on the camera node will override any preview. So all I say it override preview like this. Well, okay. It's kinda intentional. Kinda, right? Because the code that dealing with this the display runs differently. Like in camera node, like for example, when you double click on a node, right, you send the node output to the graph, right? To not the graph, to the preview panel here, right? And if we just focus the preview panel to include all the node, or it's just gonna zoom in, zoom out, and pan to fit the entire content of the output, right? The problem is with the camera, the output is 128, 128. If I make it output the output, what? If I make it only preview the output, when you double click on it, it's just gonna focus on this area because this is the output, right? And that's not right, that's wrong. So what I did is I telling it to output the background data, right? Make it output the background data instead, and reduce the opacity of the output, which is just another variable that deal with those kind of stuff. And the actual content inside here being managed with the draw preview overlay. So we can just go there to the node camera, and you can see that in the draw overlay, the code for drawing the surface or the output is in the draw overlay, right? And this allows you to control the position of your output like this, without moving the preview panel. Like if I don't do it like that, it's gonna be a mess, because if we think that this is the output and it's gonna try to swoop in here, and when you move it, it's gonna be confused and it's gonna try to like move around to match your mouse, and it's gonna be a mess, right? But there is a problem, because when you select other node, right? When you select other node, you're viewing other node, and you want to, let's see, maybe part here, and you are previewing the other node, right? Not previewing, but inspecting the other node like this. And you can see, if you select this node, you can have the tool here that you can interact and access. And it draw on top of the previewing image, right? So there are a preview surface, a preview layer, and the overlay layer, right? This, like this line, this is on the overlay layer. The preview layer will be based on the previewing node, the node with the eye icon here. But the overlay node will depend on your inspecting node, so the node with a green icon here, right? And as you can see, this allows you to modify the content inside another node in the preview panel, which I think is a really cool thing to have, really cool feature, because you can now modify like one node and then previewing the result after some operation, and it makes you feel like you are editing the result in real time, right? But that's where we have a problem with the camera node now, because the overlay of the camera is the entire surface. Let me just drag it back here. The overlay of the camera is this opaque surface, right? It's an opaque element. So when you click on it, bam, it overrides content completely. So what should we do, right? Well, first thing is we can have another layer. We have to add more layer. We have the overlay widget or the overlay gizmo layer, where it's just gonna draw all this content. And we're gonna have the overlay background layer that will only draw the opaque object here. And now in normal situation, we can just tell them to draw both, right? Just call both function. Draw background first, and then you draw the control gizmo. Or no. And when you and only in this camera node where you're gonna have separate two code, right? Only in this camera node where you're gonna have two layers, where the opaque element will be drawn on the background layer, and the control gizmo will be drawn on top, right? We can do that. Now the problem that we might have, well, I mean, there would be no problem, but there could lead to some problems, because we can now have two functions that will be called every single frames for something that should only be applied in one single node, right? We're thinking about we're going to add more feature into this one node, but that feature or that function will now be called in literally every single node, every single frames in other situation, including the case where you don't have camera node at all. That may not be the best idea, right? That would mean that would lead to all the performance problem we have today, because I put in the check or I put in the feature that we never use 99% of the time, but we have to put it in there, because when we use it, if you don't have that, it's gonna crash, it's gonna give you a bug, it's gonna give you a problem. So the other thing we could do is in the camera node here, we have draw overlay, right? This draw overlay code are being called from the graph panel. So now let me check the graph panel. No, not the graph, the preview panel. Right, and you can see that it has some parameter in there. So we can add, it actually have an extra parameter, which is just called parameter, which contain a panel parameters, additional information. Because you cannot have like a name parameter in GameMaker again, and you even limit it by, I think, 16 argument in a function. I'm not sure if it's still a thing, right? But that is just so weird. That is just so weird for me. But whatever. the fact that we don't have name parameter or name, right? Yeah, name parameter make it even more difficult to work with, like with my way of duck typing, I guess. That's why we have this parameter at the end here, parameter struct, which will contain here, right, contain different names, struct containing different extra parameter that we can access. Now we're just gonna send self in there. Literally just send the entire panel in there. Wait, no, can't do that. That's not gonna help. So we want to have an extra check, right? The camera node here, when it's trying to draw here, it's gonna check if it is previewing the current node. Then draw the background. If it's not previewing its own self, if it's drawing on top of other node, then just don't draw the background. So we can use the global variable, right? Global preview.previewing. Here we can check if panel preview.previewing. No, it has to be get preview node. Get previewing node, right? I would assume that it doesn't have. Right, say get previewing node if it equal itself. Only then you're gonna draw the opaque surface, right? Or we can even add opacity when we want to do that. But for now, let's just do it like this. Now we can just have anything, maybe solid and another solid with different color. Send this to camera node. And now it's completely broken. So what do we have here? Preview panels. Doesn't have get previewing node, okay. Okay. Is it not stored in this parameter? Get previewing node. Wait, maybe it's the wrong argument names. Get node preview. Okay, it's wrong function name. Great. Let's try that again. We can do this because if there is no active, there's gonna be one. There's gonna be at least one active preview panel. I mean, not at least. There can only be one active preview panel at a time. And if there is none, it's gonna automatically search for it. And if it cannot find any, it's just gonna refresh the layout. So we can call it directly like that. We're gonna make two image, two solid color. Just for testing, one for black, one white, and send this one to our camera node. Now it just output black surface, but if we previewing the white one like this and we click on a camera, bam. That has simple bug fix, so let's just say it may technically not even a bug, right? It's kind of an intended behavior. It's just a bad user experience. So let's say fix camera fix node display content over after previewing surface. But if you are previewing the camera node itself, everything works the same. It's beautiful. Another problem they have is a parallax effect. Now, the parallax effect is definitely something that I want to be able to achieve with the camera node. However, the way I implement it is definitely not the best. Definitely not the best. Actually terrible. It's really confusing. It should not be like that. So let's fix it. How it works is, or how it's supposed to work is very simple. So let's see, let's just save this. To make our life even more difficult, we're gonna have multiple dimension, right? surface of the different shape and different size and stuff like that. So we're gonna use it for a parallax layer. So we can have this one layer. We're gonna have a red circle with 16 by 16 ellipses like that. We're gonna save all of this in camera, reset. Then you're gonna send this in the element, point element. By default it's just gonna put on top of each other, right? That is normal. Then we have this. Okay. So I mean this should be hidden actually because it's not connecting to anything. If you edit the value here, it's just gonna be weird when you disconnect stuff, but whatever. Let's go to the element. You have the parallax option, right? Per object. Here is 0, 0, 0. So when you move the camera, it just sticks, right? It stays at the same place all the time. In the background element here, you can say fix. Oh wait, what? So if I say fix, it's just gonna fix as 0, 0 when you move. Oh wait, okay. So first, when you fix background, right? What does it mean to fix a background? Because you have the camera in the back. You have background. Right, you have the camera, you have background. And you have the floating element, right? The background can be fixed, but it could also be a parallax. So you can also make it like move around. So it should be like a mode, right? It should be a mode. So it could be a fixed position mode. It could be a parallax mode, right? So okay, well, I mean when you're not saying fixed, it got like, okay, actually just the word fixed itself is already kind of confusing. Because what do you mean fixed background, right? You fix it to camera, but if you disable the fixed background property, it also kind of fix its own position, you know, it just have an absolute position and camera just move around, right? So we're gonna have a types. Create new input here too. Okay, let's take a look at that later. But we're gonna have instead of the fixed background properties, we're gonna say positioning type. Positioning. Okay, it started to get really laggy now. I hate this so much. We have to refresh. Give me a sec. We got 3 topics and about UI scaling, about tutorial error and tutorial error. Okay, we're gonna check that. Okay, I think we already fixed that though. Anyway, let's go back. Okay. So we have positioning mode, right? Our positioning, which is gonna be an enum scroll, could be a button. With let's say absolute space or camera, right? so that you can have it fixed in space or fixed to the camera. Then we're gonna have 9 background position, which will be a vector. Set display, value display, vector, right, and it will be after the positioning 4. So now what make it more difficult than it should be is the fact that it's being done in shader, right? Because of blending, because I want to have the custom blending mode, not custom blending mode, but I want to have a proper blending mode, which is something that you will have a big problem trying to use like basic blending. If you try to pre-multiply, or if you try to multiply alpha or the opacity to the colors, so the like 50% white, or you know, the white color, the pure white color, FF at 50% opacity. When you try to draw that on an empty surface, they're gonna draw it as 50% gray at 50% opacity too, so it's gonna be even darker. And to fix that, you need to use a custom rendering function. So we have to use our surface or shader for that, right? So we're gonna clear the surface. Excuse me. And subscribe to Weather channel? Why the fuck would they do? Why would they do that? Let me cancel my subscription. Wait a sec. The Weather channel? Oh damn. My account, subscription. Wait, there's a different account. Account, payment, subscription. The Weather channel, radar. Ad free. Oh, it doesn't add. Oh shit. Yeah, let's cancel that. I don't even use it that much anyway. I use it a lot when I'm still in Germany. When I go to exchange program in Germany, I have to check the weather every day because the weather there can get really fluctuated, and I'm not really accustomed to the cold weather there. So like I have to check it before I go outside, or before every morning, like for the tomorrow and stuff like that too. Very important for me. Then now I'm come back to Thailand, and I don't have big problem with the weather. At least because we have AC and I don't go outside anyway. So let's just cancel that subscription. Yeah. Anyway, where are we now? Camera. Oh, I'm gonna make this a loop. Just like that, and there's a bunch of calculation, blah blah blah. The fix here would be position post type, and we're gonna have another one for position, which would be 9. Then we have this, we clear the surface, we do shader set. Wait, shader set target here, shader set target here, shader reset, shader. So you set shader even before setting the surface. That worked too, right? Interesting. Check shader. Nothing. So the way we implement the drawing things here, I think it's called like ping pong technique or something, where you have two surface, right, or two render texture, and then you just use one as a background and then use the other one as a foreground, and then you send the foreground into the sampler. No, you send the background into the surface as a sampler. Well, you send both, right? You send both not background, current background and the new drawing surface as a sampler with a shader. You draw it on another surface and then you swap it, so like it's ping pong back and forth, right? The foreground become the background become the foreground, and then you just use shader and then draw the next scene on top of it, and you keep swapping it until you draw every scene, every object. Because it will allow you to create your own custom blending function that actually takes the opacity to the opacity, which, to be fair, all we does, this is just a basic normal blending, right? This is just also a normal blending. So we do alpha blending, we add alpha, no, or we do alpha blending and we do color blending separately, and then you divide it by the opacity. The top part here is the same. It's actually this part that we need to use shader for, because we want to divide the opacity back to the original colors so that it doesn't get darker. The transparent pixel doesn't get darker. Now, what we have is, the first thing we want to do is we want to implement the ability to do this, right? So you have SX, SY. We take in all the value here, we round the XY and width height of the camera. Interesting. Round it? Do we have to round it? Do we have to round it? The width and height, sure, right? This two should be an integer, so that has to be round because it's the size of the image. But the camera X and Y, if we don't round it, would it make it... No, it's not going to be smoother because it's pixel position anyway, so maybe. Okay, we can keep it there, I guess. Calculate the surface width, and height. Then we have the ping pong index here, maybe too high up. Maybe down here. A bunch of local variable. Then we loop here with I equal -1. Okay, interesting. And it does everything. Also, it's like a single shader, right? That does from everything, from the bokeh effect to the blending. So that is a little bit difficult. Yeah, what make it kind of confusing is that the coordinate is inverted, right? First, the coordinate is normalized, so instead of just width and height, you just become 0 and 1. That's not a big deal. The problem is also inverted. So we have two cases here. I set I to -1 at first, which is okay, sure. Which just means the first iteration you're gonna search for a background, right? Because background is somehow being treated differently from the content itself. Which should that be the case? Should it be the case? Right? Should the background get this special treatment? Even so, all the other code is being run the same way as all the other elements. Right? Even the parameter inside is also not the parameter inside, but even like the property is the same. I have to write the same thing twice. That's because it's a background. A background could have element, it could have position. A background could have parallax. A background could have the oversample properties. It actually should not be an independent values, right? Or like a separate values, in fact. Now, could we just delete it? That's a different question. We can hide it, I guess. The background here, yeah, I think the background should be changed because these are camera properties. The background property is 0493, so 0 background. 4 is just positioning, which we probably gonna add it to the following, to these two. 9 would be a position, which again we probably have to add to these two. 3 is the oversample mode, which again we already have it. So new plan, right? New plan, no background. Now we could delete this, but then again it's a list and this is the 0 index, so if we're gonna delete this, we have to change the index for every single thing behind it, which to be fair not that big of a deal, and it's gonna make it easier to work with the system in the future too as well, right? So yeah, what is it again? 043 04493. Okay, so let's just delete it, right? Let's just hard delete it. But it means every node with the camera made in previous version will now be completely incompatible with this one, because we not only delete the display, we also delete the node order. Node order is also being used to deserialize data as well. So that's gonna be quite huge. That's gonna be huge. That's gonna break everything, to be honest. That's maybe the bad idea, the worst idea you could do. We could have a compatibility check here, checking if the load file is older than its previous version. Then we can basically just remove that data. Actually, yeah, we can do that, right? In yeah, because I think we should do that, right? If you want to move on in the future with, you know, no tech debt, right, with as lean as possible, we probably should just remove the code that would be deprecated anyway. So in the deserialized code here in the post maybe not in post process. Process, I guess. We can have this process deserialize, and we check if project loading version less than 116.690. We literally can just remove the load map, right? So when you load deserialize, you store it in node map to be applied later. right? You literally just get this load map input. So the fourth variable, right? The ninth variable, this one is a new one. That's gonna be never exist in the first place. Move the 0, 1, the third one, the fourth one. So we're just gonna simply just delete it altogether. Of course, deleting the last one first so that the order doesn't change. The fourth one, the third one, the 0, 1. Right. Then we're gonna delete. Yeah, just delete it altogether. We're gonna probably have to rewrite this entire node again. We'll not rewrite the entire thing, but most of the thing. 0, third, fourth, gone. Well, I mean, we can keep it. We can copy this to here and copy this to here, right? Then the index will always be changed. That's gonna be fun. Positioning and position gonna be in here, and we're just gonna do 5. Push that in index plus I, like that. Now we're gonna change this to 5. Is a dynamic input with length of 5, and let's change it here. Well, we're just gonna re-index everything. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Depth of field is now the third one, so just subtract by 2. The second one is over. Oh, the second one also has to be removed as well, isn't it? Yeah, this is quite a big breaking change. You don't normally do this, but I mean the camera node is just the node that just filled with problems. In fact, I might even write a custom renderer for the widget here, or the inspector here, because there's a bunch of value here. It can get confusing too, but we're gonna deal with that later. You can also make this at, if I remember correctly, data length. Here, refresh dynamic input. Not I though. J, 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 J. This one is we call delete. We technically don't need to call delete because it's gonna be delete anyway. With the garbage collection, right? Yeah, it's more efficient to just call delete directly than just waiting for the garbage collector to delete it. So yeah, let's keep that. Why not? The rest should still be the same here. This is the same. Get preview there. This also has to be changed. Not get preview data 0, but get preview data of the input fixed length. Input fixed length, which is the last index, not the last index. The length of the fixed input. So the length of this input, there's 6 input, right? 0 to 5, there's 6. So it's, if you just say input length here, it's just gonna get the first surface here. Draw overlay. Luckily this one takes use the output, so shouldn't be any problem here. Get the current data, which is another array used to access the current data from the array processor. In case there are multiple like array of output, stuff like that, you only have to show one. You only want to show one, so use current data. Calculate the camera. And input 1 draw overlay. This is the area, so it's actually input 0 now. Actually, yeah, I have to index of this 0, 1. Zoom is 1. Zoom is 1. And this is just for 430. This though, if not surface of data length, not data input display length, then you can say area would be 0, zoom would be 1, sampling is gone, it is gone, position is gone, depth of field is 2, 3, 4, 5, there are only 5 data. Actually, that's all we have to change. Then we have the camera. All these are the same-ish, right? The amount would be this minus 1 because we always create more input so that you can connect to the last one. Set the surface to this, no, set the shader to this, and we set the shader, draw it last. Okay, so now we don't need to have I equal -1 anymore. We will always use the same index for both background and foreground, like that. The index would be this time data length. Surface set target. Why are you setting it so early? Literally can just set it from here. You get the surface content. This could also be a variable here, right? I mean, like adding variable here is not gonna like crash or change anything really. GameMaker is a really forgiving language, I guess. If you justify it to be global war anywhere, even inside a loop or in a context like this, it's not gonna impact your performance or anything. It's just it's not even gonna affect the scope, I think. So yeah, we can put it in there so that we can clear the space up there a little bit. Now of course this have to be outside because we have to call it like this. We have to keep the value in between loop, but all the rest here you get the index, you get the C, right? The C, which is the parallel depth. Not parallel, parallax, right? Not a good idea to bind it to the Z axis, right? So the position, you have the position value here, and you have the parallax here. A better idea is to just set position, and it's just gonna be an X5 position, and you can set the unit ref, no problem. And you can have here being the parallax option, right? So if we're just gonna like have to rearrange everything, so like there's no way to do backward compat with this anymore, to be honest. This is just a mess now. We have the positioning mode. We have the position, which is just a vector 2. We have the oversampling mode. Then we're gonna have the parallax. Now this parallax will now not depends on the sea depth, the whatever. No more, right? It's just gonna be a basic vector 2 that control a parallax in x-axis and y-axis, and that's it. And we're gonna have a depth of field or a depth, just a depth as a single scalar, right? As a single scalar, it will now deal with use to control the depth of field effect. So now it will be independent from the parallax, independent from everything. Now we can get, there will be no SC, just gonna get position X, the position, we can just get, it's not the same name, right? Okay, let's just say S pose. I don't know why I comment that, it's kind of obvious what this means, but whatever. The S position here would be, no, the S position types, right? So S pose type, F pose T, then you're gonna have the S pose. SS would just be S pose 0, S pose 1. Sampling would probably be the third one. Sampling, parallax, and depth. Sampling would be the third one. Parallax would be the fourth. And depth of field would be yeah, that's the same name. S depth of field. Surface depth of field, right? The fifth one. Now we get SX, SY. Then we're gonna do it in here maybe. Equal parallax X, parallax Y. Multiplied by the camera position, so cam X, cam Y. We might have to be minus or something, but I'm gonna check that later. Now we're gonna check if position is 0. Positioning type is 0, that means it's dependent on space. Then the actual position will now be depends on the camera position, right? But if it's not, so like I kinda regret putting it in here now, but whatever. I mean, of course, we can also make it do something like this, right? Fancy way to just do it like that, but I would prefer to make the code easier to read, and also we might want to add more than 2 positioning mode. I don't know what we might add in the future, but let's make it easier for me in the future. Then we get the width and the height divided by this to get the relative, right? Not the relative, the normalized surface information to use in the shader. The background here would be no need. We will have to check in the shader again what it does. Sample mode is the same. scene dimension is the size of the size of the element. Okay, position here will be that position. If depth of field will be the s depth here, and just do some calculation, some function that we're gonna calculate in the bokeh strength equal this, else it just set it to 0. Sure, don't even need else, you can just set it like that. You set the background is the same, scene here is the same, so it's not scene actually, it should be like elements, right? Now this take the surface. No, we probably only thought of that. Sure. We actually just draw width and height. So that is the size of the actual surface in the background, right? So we just draw the pixel, the empty scene, the size of the camera, size of the output. But the value we set in here is the size dimension of the scene itself. Interesting. Because we already set in the camera dimension up there. Okay, cool. So let's check in the code, right? Here the code that sample the texture. This one is just used for deal with different sampling mode. No problem with that. Check if it overflow or not. Wait, if position higher than 0, less than, also if it's inside a rectangle, you just get the direct position. That is for dealing with overflow. Okay, that basic. Contrast amount, contrast factor. We didn't set that though. Oh, it's a constant. Oh, I thought it was a uniform. Sure, the bokeh effect. This one is pretty straightforward. Just basic. Just loop. It just loop. And it used the bokeh effect, use a golden ratio, right? And, you know, nothing special there. It just, what do we call it? I'm gonna call it Poisson sampling, but it's not Poisson sampling. It's just golden ratio sampling, right? Reference to another surface, another shader there, no problem. Now here is the deal. We get the position. So because what we draw on the scene is actually an empty pixel at 0 0, the size of the output, right? So we have to calculate the dimension of the surface that you want to sample to based on the current pixel position. So you get the vector coordinate here. Now I'm trying to see why do we have the BG variable, because we just delete that, right? We don't use BG anymore. And I check this code and it seems like we don't need it at all. Yeah, so fuck off. So just delete it. Also, I'm gonna go to the toilet, the damn toilet for a sec there. Let's just pause. Okay, I'm back. Actually, we should have another waiting scene, right? Another waiting scene. It is not lunchtime because that's not lunchtime. That's I just opened Discord. Sorry for that. Select the wrong one there. Anyway, uh, I just go to toilet and my stomach is like not enjoying that again, man. Anyway, I'm gonna make a new waiting room now. Okay, I may have some problem, some stomach problem there. Let's just duplicate this one. Waiting, waiting. General. Uh, please wait a moment. Please wait a moment. My bowel is having a movement. Ah, how about that? Have 656 60 something something. There we go. Oh wait, the same one. Oh, it. Okay, it's a reference. Oh, whatever. Okay, we are actually back for real this time. Let's see. Oops. So we actually haven't changed much at all. Uh, yeah, let's just try it. We basically just like, not even rewrite to be fair, but we just change a big chunk of how camera node work, and now a lot of things is going wrong at all immediately. Okay, so first, focus area. Well, I mean, just delete the order is gone, is wrong, right? Just swapping and changing data, that's not gonna work. Just gonna clear the input altogether. If you're loading a file from older version, then all the data is gonna be gone in this node, because we just changed too much. Like we remove the node, we remove the input, we reorder stuff. Oh yeah. So now we have the focus area, zoom, depth of field, and elements, right? Background is now also a part of the element. Also, we just gonna make background a texture map so that we can see, yeah, part like the surface properly. Yeah, why not? Just add more and more element in it. Now the camera node work just like the same. Why is there this? The hell? It seems it's always there, right? Okay, even in the first surface already have this dot in there. Curious. It's also outside of the range too. Wait. Let's see. Did I calculate this wrong? Maybe it run more than once. Okay, let's just save this. Zero zero stretch as surface x, surface y, with here. And draw failed due to invalid layout and errors everywhere. Okay, not a good sign. Also, it ran twice, not a good sign at all. So because it should only run once, it just made us two in here. Oh, we can just check, right, if it's not a surface, continue, so that when it's not connecting to anything, it would just disappear, or like it would just not show up and disappear, invisible. Parallax and no, well, there's no apparent bug, but it seems oh, there is apparent bug if surface exists. Camera 112 112 112 up there. Output is an array, so we can say if this array out. Preview index. Is it index or channels? I forgot again. Index, okay. There's still some weird things going on there. Just delete this again. Just build a new camera node. Send this to element and it still not show up. It still not show up. So uneven dynamic input, there's a problem when you load it, but that's not the problem because we already create a new one. So it's gonna calculate the amount here, input length minus the fixed length divided by the data index minus 1. In this case, data length is 5 or 6 or something, 6. So it should get 12 from here. 12 divided by 6 is 2, and this one should be 1. So why is nothing show up? Well, first let's make sure that it actually got drawn. And we also need to swap it only when you're gonna draw it. Uneven dynamic input. Also it got drawn once and then it not drawn it, so it skipped. That should not be a problem. Uneven dynamic input, that's a 5. Oh, because we have to change this to 6. Okay. And parallax again, still uneven dynamic input. I don't care. Okay, it's fine. Move that, add it back. Oh no, we'll just delete that. Camera, that's depth, index plus I, depth. Oh, depth is just a scalar, right? So maybe it doesn't need that. Again, okay, the uneven dynamic input is gone. Now we have a bunch of parameter in here. We just go slow. Add the element. I have the element here. Set the positioning to space or camera. You set to space when you move the camera, just gonna stay still in place, and when you move, oh no, it's invert. So we just minus, and when it position based on the camera, probably also invert. Okay, so let's do that first, right? Because we have to deal with parallax too, but that's going to be a second problem. Now we have object, we can move it like that, and when you move your camera, it's gonna stay in place. The background there doesn't work anymore. because it doesn't shift as well, right? Unless we want to copy these entire things up here. Might not be the best idea, but might not be the best idea. It would be a terrible idea. And if we make it fix the camera, then we can move it up there. So now it's always gonna stay with the camera. Okay, that one is correct. Then next is oversample properties. No, default is empty, so that when you go outside, it does nothing. Set it to repeat. It will just repeat. To repeat at X only, it's just gonna repeat at X or Y. It's just gonna stretch out to infinity. That's actually really smooth. I thought it. Sure, why not? Repeat at Y. It's just gonna do the same thing, but in Y position, Y axis. Same thing with camera. I assume by default is empty. Repeat X, repeat Y. Awesome. Then we have parallax. This is going to be interesting. Parallax, because they're going to be at space mode and camera mode, right? Ooh, my finger is just got cut by something. Parallax, right? So, well, I mean, to make it easier to see, we're gonna fix the background to camera at -16, so that the negative 16. Wait, that's not a good idea actually. Fix it to space at 0, 0, and then just make it repeat X, right? So you can see the X motion like that. Then we're gonna add next element, the shapes here, add to the camera. Now when you move it, it should just stay there. Okay, it's also not repeating everything, because you can make it repeat X, and just gonna do that. Turn out a little bit, and yeah, just gonna do that. Make perfect sense. You can also make it repeat Y. It's gonna be infinitely tall. Well, I mean, you repeat X, it's also infinitely tall because it's just gonna stretch the outside, and that's not a problem, I don't think. But now we want it to parallax, right? So let's just say parallax X equal 1. So parallax X equal 1 will just make it move with the camera, right? If it's in the space mode and the parallax is 1, it's just gonna copy the camera movement completely, multiplied by 1. So it's just gonna follow the camera. So it's the same thing as a camera mode, right? But here, okay, I can talk about it later. So let's say repeat X now. But then we set the parallax to 0.2. Now it's gonna take 20% of camera movement. So it should be like that. Yeah, it's just gonna move slower than the camera itself. And you can also add Y parallax, but you're not gonna see anything here. It's fine. But now if we set it to camera, it will now be camera position plus 20%, so probably like 1.2, right? Or you know, the movement here will depends on well, yeah, so not 1.2 actually. It will look slower because it doesn't move. It moves with the camera, right? Okay, cool. And then we can just do the same thing in the y-axis. Very nice. Then we have depth, which will be used for depth of field. See, you can increase the defocus value. Now, immediately, something bad is going on there. focal distance, focal distance is not weird. Let's just say 0, and parallax here would be, depth here would be 1, 2 maybe. Immediately, something bad is going on. The blending is all over the place. So let's see. The bokeh effect is simply just a smart blur, and you apply bokeh on the scene, position, bokeh strength, which provided through a CPU because it's the same throughout the entire surface. The result RGB based on this, color 1 based on this. Okay, we can do the same thing here, I guess. Because you have to set the alpha back. Okay, sure. Try that again. Relax. Well. It's still not correct, I would assume. I think the alpha blending is not correct at all. It's terrible. Also, yeah, this is way too much thing to keep track of. I actually should just make a, but if you want to animate it, it might be better. Oh, it's just a separator, right? Anyway. What did we change? We just add the region. We actually didn't do anything here. Actually didn't do much here at all. No, it's broken before. It's broken now, I guess. We can check another thing. You can check bokeh strength there. Right. Now, before we fix that, we want to add new inspector element, the spacer. So we're gonna get some MKFX example here, maybe Brownian. We have the inspector sprite in the panel inspector. You can also have inspector spacer. Just to add space in the inspector so that it will be easier to see the different object, different like groups of items, right? It could be independent to the view mode too, maybe, or we can just add some modification in like compact mode to make it maybe 75% the height or something like that. But let's just say 16. Right, and you go to the panel inspector. A part that draw that. A spacer. it should be else if here, but since inside it just continue anyway, so I didn't write it. But you know what, let's just put it back in. And we can just say sh equal UI of this dot h. Doesn't even have to scale, I guess. It's just for spacing. Now we're gonna go to the bokeh effect here. The blending here is not right. Okay, we can check first if the bokeh effect is actually correct. Setting it to color 1. So that is what it is. And yeah, I think, wait, it uses the same code as lens blur, right? It actually uses the same code. Okay, so the reason why it looked bad because it's just solid white, right? I would assume. I have a feeling that it might actually already be correct, but the example image is not appropriate for this kind of effect. Like if we put it in here, I put it in here, like, oh, lens blur does look amazing. Look at that. That's incredible. If you put this on top, then yeah. If we use a proper blending, proper bokeh. So maybe the problem is not the bokeh effect, right? But how you apply in here. Also check the element. Yep, there's some space there. Maybe add a line there too. Yeah. Good. So let's make it taller, 32 pixels. And then we're gonna have true at the end there. And that true will be used in here. Equal false. And in here we're gonna say if line and draw a line in here. What color though? That's a problem. Panel inspector group background. Let's see. Draw set color. Just draw a single line, simple lines. From X would be XC. We draw it on this, so width. So let's just draw it from UI A. Y would be YY, right? YY plus HH divided by 2. And this probably content of build, content width, I assume. Same YY plus HH divided by 2. And let's see if it's the right color. Oh, it's too bright. Also too high. So let's say 24, 20, let's just say 20. 20, and What is this color? Resource, value. Oh, it's really bright, yeah. Inspector key separator. That's a and yeah, it's not in the middle though. Probably because it already add padding in there. Probably because the padding is 4 pixel. Probably. Now it's too short. Let me see. 13 pixel, 10 pixel. That's not a good number. Well, yeah, that looks center enough. No, wrong one. Here, not camera. Add all of this. Actually, when you create a new one, you don't even have to add that, right? The first one doesn't need a. You can say if s, if s, right? So if s higher than 0, just do that. Same thing here. If I well, what step equal false, step. Just like that. I don't want to think too much here. I'll try to like do mathematics here, but if the first one is to be deleted, then we cannot just use mathematics for that. So let's just have a variable here, toggle true and false. So now it will only draw a line in between, not in the beginning and in the end. Nice. Then do something with the parallax, not with the parallax, with the depth, right? Do something with the depth. Now the depth or the bokeh effect, it is a correct effect, but it wasn't made for opacity. I think it wasn't made for opacity like data. So it's kind of a mess. Let's just calculate alpha. Something like that. Ooh, fancy. What the hell is going on here? But that's clearly not working. Weight part equal bokeh number divided by weight. Yeah, I want to make it work a little bit better with like bokeh and stuff like that. Can add more element to it. Cool. Now we can say camera node. Camera node complete rework will not be compatible with previous version. Camera object, remove background. All element will be in the all surface will be connect to element section camera parallax and depth of field is now separate value per surface per element. Replace fixed position toggle quick positioning mode. Okay, well, I also now have to go and fix documentation as well. Amazing. But this system should be way better for everyone actually. Cool. Now that's one suggestion done. Audio file. Problem with audio file. Okay. Yeah, I heard I got some bug report related to audio as well. So let's go take a look. Oops. What is this? Audio. Okay. Immediately already break. What do we have here? Routed junction show value. Want to show something cannot be resolved. node value 1xx6 1xx6 here, cache, wait, no, not 1x66 here, show value process type. So we just say yes, list empty. If it's empty, return 0. If it's not empty, return that. It's empty, return 0. It should not be empty, but well, it probably when other error exists, it just make it empty. I don't know. Also, import this, run this, play. Okay, I'm hearing something now. I don't think that you will be able to hear it through the stream because I disabled the desktop audio, but it works. So happen in stable or beta, changing value encoding cosine and sine doesn't change the absolute not sure now. Also, the web file in, right? So it's probably a problem with how it reads some certain file. Now I have got this error before from other people too, so it's definitely not just an isolated incident. Web file read. Now let's see. The first problem that I just noticed is when you try to play the animation, it doesn't run properly. When you wrap back to the first frame, it doesn't restart the playback. So in the step, if animation is playing, is the current playing. Because we just play the animation, we just play the audio immediately right away. You can say well, if current frame equal if first frame, is it the, yeah, okay, if first frames audio stop, is it first frame, you stop the sound so that you can play it again. Like that. It's quite difficult now to sync the audio playback with the frame progress, with the animation frame, with the timeline progress, because timeline Pixel Composer is also not playing in real time either. If you play with a fractional of the FPS you have compared to the animation setting, so you are 30 frames per sec and then set at 120 frames per sec, which means every four UI step, it will run one animation frames, right? But if you set it to like 50, then that's gonna be a decimal. So that's gonna be starting to be like skipping around, right? Now, the playback will be based on the real-time frame, so it's not gonna make the animation slower or faster, but it's gonna make each frame have takes an even amount of seconds. Okay, that's stop. But that's weird. Get first frame. Is first frame? Oh yeah. It's not. Yeah. That's get the actual frame index, not checking if the first frame or is the current frame is the first frame or not. Wow. Okay. Okay. So let's say wave file in fix playback, not resetting when animation, when timeline is loop back to the beginning. Okay, now we have the file load problems. I still cannot replicate it yet. Now, to be fair, I don't even think if I get the file, I will be able to fix it. The problem is in the step code, right? So let's just take a look at this. When you read the web file, read web file steps, right? Oh, we actually, okay. I thought I used someone else's library. Actually, I implemented the entire thing myself. I don't remember anything. Well, that's cool actually, wow. Okay, well that means I probably should know how to do it. So yeah, it's actually not very easy finding the specification file for the web file, even though it's really simple in a way. It should be like really obvious. It's really simple because it's quite ubiquitous, like the dot web. But it's quite difficult finding the right like template or like right format, because there's gonna be some header, I believe. Is that a header check? Oh, we actually haven't even checked header, but I think it's a word riff here, right? No, it's a web. Oh, riff and web debug. Yeah, okay. So there is a header string, I guess, that used to determine if you're reading an actual web file. So there is this, right? And the way that I like reverse engineer in a way the file format is that I just create a really short like single bit file in the audition, right, and then save it and then open it in the hex editor to see where the data is and increase the length to see which part got increased, right? And to be fair, it's just like a, what do we call it, just an array, right? Just a string of bits. It's just that how it arranged. Is it arranged per channel? Is it arranged per, or is it interleave the channel? I think it did interleave each channel in each like frame in each bit duration into a package, something like that. So we have this. We can check if b not equal rif, right, or w not equal wave, say not a valid wave file. L here is a packet size, or the size of the package, right? Yeah, because this is a length, so that's a package. Then we go to the format. The format, we have FMT. What does that stand for? Not dot, not don't know, don't remember. Wave file FMT. Let's just search, right? Wave FMT. Chunk specifying data format. Oh, okay. So FMT here specify the format. Yeah, FMT format too. And the data here specify data, right? So it is this website, right? You think I also use this one? Yeah, okay. Give you all the information of the file specification. It say have the FMT chunk and the data chunk. Cool. So this is the format. B is a FMT. Length here is probably the bit length. Bit, the length of the bit, the size of the bit, right? Sub chunk contain the FMT. Then chunk size 16 for 16 for PCM. Audio format bit 20. Size of 2. So this, then 0x1. What is this? Linear quantization. Let's say linear quantize. What do you mean there's a non-linear quantize or something? Bruh. Quantize? What the quantize? So it like non-compressed, I guess. Number of channels, the SCH to SCH. Sample, number of sample. BPS is if PCM then doesn't exist, so extra parameter, right? We have the bit rate, bit per sample. Then we have the actual data chunk. This one need to be data. So the problem here is say attempting to read from buffer outside the buffer. Attempting to read from outside the buffer. So there is something wrong with his file there, definitely, right? It doesn't store it or save it normally. But it doesn't mean that it's his fault or anything. Though it probably is his fault, but it means that there are some problems with how the data being encoded. such as the header here, the packet size here is not the same as the actual size. Channel, bit per channel, number of bits, sample, duration in second. Then you pre-create the data buffer or the data array. Then you create a new audio object, which is a struct containing audio information. Also the preview thumbnail as well. Okay, sure, why not? Set the data, set the blah blah blah. Okay, sure. Error at line 111. Okay. So we can say debug str equal there's a reading file. Update part is in update part or whatever, man. Let's say here reading web file from part. Let's say buffer size buffer get length. Is it length or size? Get size of the web file either here. Then we can even check it beforehand if the size of the buffer equal to the size of the size written in the package web file or not. Right here you can say packet is this size, but the actual packet is this size, so it's gonna be, so it has to be plus 8, right? So now we're gonna check if buffer get size this plus 8 not equal to the packet length. Now are we gonna just terminate the entire operation altogether? Has different size than the package header. Well, maybe just a warning. Well, I mean, it wouldn't show up here because it has the same size, because the file is not corrupted, right? Add warning when loading in invalid web file. and then when loading the loading file has different size than the defined package header. But that's not all, obviously, because the file would still be broken even with those warnings. So let's go down here to where we read the buffer, right? The type here will depend on the size of that. The limit here is the integer or value limit. Then you divide it by limit and divide it by 2. No? Shouldn't you divide it by 2, or else it's gonna like be noisy and everything? For read divided by the limit. Well, maybe not. Also, we're gonna say CHA equal the number of channel J equals 0. And we're gonna use repeat instead of for. Nah, J++. Because I heard that repeat is actually faster, and we have to do a lot of repeat here. Also here as well. This one is just a loop without any define, because this is like a loop per step, right? So say the verify progress will be less than the number of packet, which equal to the number of bits, and the number of bits here would be the number of bits defined by it's this L divided by BR. L here is a length of the data divided by BR would be the bit rate. Wait, what? Sample bit rate. Bit per sample. Here say 2, so it say that the number of bits is that. The length of data, the bit rate 2. Bit rate 2 bit per sample, 16 bit per sample. This is the number of samples, so the number of bit. Well, shouldn't this be bit per sample then? Because this is 44,000 sample and 88,000 bps, which is like, isn't it also bit per sec? But what we have to do here is we just need to have a check here, I guess. Thinking about using buffer tail, right? If use buffer tail, we're just gonna tell you the position of the buffer pointer, so that you can compare it with the buffer size to make sure that it will not read over the size of the buffer. though that will reduce the reading speed by a lot because we're adding extra operation in the middle of each individual bit. The best thing we could do is we could define these packet values to not overflow, right? To not be overflow, which is done by calculating the bits here, which we call the length br there. Now this is the L divided by br, and there's a bunch of L here. I don't even know why I call it like that, but the L here is going to be the last one, which is this, which is the length, right? Or the length of the amount of the data, the amount of bit existed in that data, right? Now it is this value, so we could assume it is the length of the buffer, length of the file minus the header or the format data. And if you get the buffer size, which is xx4x7x minus by x7x454, you're gonna get a bunch of space there. x4x7x x7x454, yeah. So that is 6,000 bits of data that are not being included in the actual store. We can go before we start here. We can say print current buffer position, this. Now we drag this in. We say current buffer position only 44. Then we load file complete in. Then you can say last buffer position. So like that is not, that is just like stop reading. And then load in an audio file. Yeah, so that's the last buffer position, right? And this is the buffer size, so there's way more space there in the end. And do we have like a hex file reader? I think we used to have one though, right? I don't know what it called though. It's like something X something. Just said X. Well, but I would assume that the rel is probably just a trash value because we already read all the data we need. So what we have to do, well, I mean, first, the last, this is the last, right? So let's say x7 x 5.0 minus 44. That's the amount of data that got read in between, and the length here is x7x 454, x7x 466. So it's actually a little bit more than the one divided by data by 8 bits, right? More by 8 bits. Is it like this data? So what do we do, right? So but we don't have to worry about the last buffer position though. If the problem is that it's trying to read the buffer address that doesn't exist, or overflow, right? What we can do is we can check beforehand. We get the current buffer position. We can just say buffer left. Just get the buffer size, right? Right, it's gonna be how much we have left. Then it's not gonna be the amount of packet, because the amount of packet already divided by the bit rate or bit per sample, right? Bit per samples. It's bit rate in byte. Yeah, okay. So, well, it's not bit rate then. Bit per sample to 32 block a line. Number of channel equal bit per sample divided by x. Number of byte of one sample including all channel. I wonder what happened when this number isn't integer. How would I know? I don't know. Number of byte for one sample including all channel. You can just floor it then. I mean, not floor, but ceiling it then. It's a byte rate. Right, so now that makes a little bit more sense. But now we can get the byte rate here, BR multiplied by L here, which is length. Buffer to read L. Now we can have you can see if you say buffer left is less than L, that's gonna be a real L moment. Then we're gonna have the print warning is less than or we can just say the file is smaller. The file is smaller than the defined packet define header, define length. Only the but of course we still gonna read it, right? But we have to adjust the packet here, or the bit here, which used to be L but not divided by BR, would be and this would definitely cause a big problem, right? your sound might cut off early, your sound might broken, might not be able to play at all. But at least we have the warning. And now we have warning for different situations. It will be easier to debug in the future because I still cannot replicate the problem that people has been having. File format not export audio file need to be this. 168. Wait. Read wave step. If not verify reading, you turn false. If not content return false. Just a basic file. A normal file. File format not support audio DVX 16-bit PWM web with no extension. In the format section here, so in format section you read SMT and the length, but if it's not equal 16, file format not supported, you might want to print it out too, so that we can see it. No, this one is not returned, doesn't have to print. RIF stands for resource interchange file format. Oh, and it's actually called RIF. That's actually pretty neat. File format is supported. So length here is 18. So it does say RIF and everything, but length is 18, which means is maybe it's, yeah. Uncompressed. That one works. Long conversation 16. That's a 37 megabyte file. Quite big. Yeah, that's 12,000 frames. Gonna be a bit difficult to work with that data. Then we have even bigger file this time, 52 megabyte. And yeah, it load in. I'm not gonna try to play it though. I'm gonna close it first. Yeah, because I know there's gonna be some stuff there. I'm gonna try to load the biggest conversation file we can, biggest audio file we have here. The problem is not about size, right? Definitely more about the content, because now we are loading a 164 megabyte file, and it definitely takes long, and it's probably have some problem in there because it doesn't show anything, but it does load without any problem. Not trying to sing it though. 10,000 frames, that's not gonna be a bit too much. But yeah, probably because it's a compressed file. That's my guess. Also, none of them show this one up, so. Well, we have that. Camera rework and audio. Now that sounds like we are not working on a pixel art based VFX editor. Note from, okay. Option for working range, okay. Option to play from the current hand, right? Well, you can already do that, right? You can already do that with clicking on the play button. If you just click the play, it's just gonna go there. Of course, if you use space, it's gonna play from the beginning. And if you use shift space, you can do that. Okay. Yeah, you can. Right. Yeah, it's not really pronounced, right? Because you would never know how to do that. There's so many places where you like don't know the hotkey of. You can also add hotkey in the tooltip itself, but the problem is the functionality of this button and the button itself is not connected. So you need to have a different way to search for it, which is still possible. You can do that. Yeah. Add hotkey to the tooltip, right? Now, it has to be first. It has to be modular, and it has to be easy to implement, right? Though to be fair, the only button that connect to the hotkey is probably just this. So let's see. We can have a new tooltip object, just like the same way you hover on that. So let's go panels, animation. control buttons here. Do we have tooltip? Okay, we have some tooltip selector. We can have alright. Cool. Then we're gonna have tooltip hotkey. So what do we have here? Tooltip hotkey. Well, it's not just hotkey though. We need to be able to add multiple hotkey to it as well. So have text hotkey, hotkey. Self dot hotkey equal hotkey. Then in draw tooltips to what do we do here? We just draw tooltips. Add mouse position too. Okay. How does a hotkey work? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Debug animation controller, hotkey object. Oh boy. Add hotkey, you add it to list of hotkeys, so you need a context. So it's a context. It's a map of list, right? Map here is based on the context and list is based on, well, it's just a list. Insert at the beginning, list, add hotkey, context. Context is nothing. That, and you literally just search in the list. Why don't it be a map? Because it could have the same name. Groups key def get hotkey get key. Oh my god. There's also a custom hotkey for node action. Oh, come on, man. Which being defined in a different place outside of the node itself, or the hotkey option, or the hotkey manager. But this is just a simple hotkey with a key and like a single key one used for the node 2, so we're just gonna ignore that. the actual key object have all of this data in there. The name, the key, modifier, an action, the context. So there are context and name, right? Groups, hotkey custom, hotkey custom, get hotkey. If doesn't have hotkey custom, but hotkey custom, what, when, huh? Not hotkey data, not hotkey context. Where do you use this? In node tools, okay. Well, I mean, let's say let's put this in up there then, because it's actually two different systems now. Boohoo. Actually two systems. Get to hotkey. So that's not very good. Look at them lags. So that's not very good. However, I still don't know how to check this. There should be a way. So let's go to the preference, right? Preference, dialog preference. And here we can go to hotkey. Oh, did you hear that? Wait. Oh my. Yeah, I didn't read chat now because there's something going on. But yeah. Oops. Anyway, go to preference, check hotkey. So how it works here, we just literally just search the list one by one. That's, well, I mean, we only use that when you check the preference page anyway. So it's not that slow. Like for example, the preference page for setting hotkey in GameMaker itself. Oh boy. Look at, well, I mean, it worked. Look at how slow it is. So first, really slow. I mean, it looked terrible because probably because of the theme. I'm not sure myself, but like, that's slow. And it just look ugly regardless, but then again, it's just a preference page, right? So what do we need to do now then? You haven't even implemented the collapsible one yet? Oh sure, you could do that, I don't care though. Preference, hotkeys. The text is not in the middle though. Shit. the what? The text is not in the middle, right? Let's go to, oh my god, stop. It's also not aligned here too. Wow, fuck me, man. Anyway, it also doesn't, it also has this underscore there, so maybe we can just do string. I mean, we can do that, but then again, why would you want to do that? It's just small part of it. It's gonna be make the software way slower anyway. Yeah, just keep that. Just keep that. whatever. That's not important. Not important. It's not important. Ignore that. What else is more important? the ability to show hotkey on the mouse, right? So we need a have to function called get hotkey context name. Oh my god. Then you just search the context. If the context not exists, just return nothing. Then we actually have to loop inside the list. That's quite unfortunate, but it should be fine because we only have to do that once per frame. Well, not even once per frame. We only have to do that in once at all when you initialize a value, right? Though if the hotkey got changed, then it have. Why would you change your hotkey? Just refresh it. I don't know. Not that important. Hotkey context. Let's check this. If hotkey equal this. Wow, it's so slow. We have to refresh again. If hotkey name equal name. Return this. Return nothing. Wow, look at that delay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh boy. This is probably gonna be the last thing we work on today. Actually, this version is getting quite big already. We can release the last one released March 26th, so yeah, it's almost it's over a week. We can release the next version really soon now. I'm probably gonna finish this, the 2-tip with hotkey, then I'm probably gonna just release it, make a feature video and then release it, because we pile up a bunch of features now and a lot of breaking change too. Actually, this version introduce a lot of breaking change, which is not a good thing because it's one of the last version before the next stable. You were supposed to introduce as little breaking change as possible so that you can focus on stability for the next stable version. But nope, I was like, I'm just gonna do whatever I want. Ooh, I want to add this big feature. Bam, parameter mode. I want to optimize it a lot. Bam, new runtime. I want to change this and that. Bam, new group system. Bam, new camera. So we probably still need a bunch of minor updates before we can release this to stable. Well. Anyway, it's fine. So we're gonna have this. We're gonna say hotkey. Well, self hotkey would equal get hotkey, but we initialize that node at first, right? We can have it just create new object too. Context. Now, yeah, we don't only need this, right? We also need it to be able to display multiple hotkey at the same time. Not multiple hotkey of the same tools, but multiple hotkey of the multiple tools. So this might not be the best way to approach this, because the goal doing that is I want the user to be able to recognize the fact that you can hold shift while clicking on the play button to play the animation. No, not shift while space to play from the current cursor. That is something that I think most user doesn't know it because I just tell people add a suggestion that you should be able to do that, and I say, yeah, you can already do that, right, by shift and space, but it doesn't say anywhere you can do shift and space. It doesn't even say that you can use space, in fact. So actually, I mean, why don't we just put it here? Oh, we can just do that, huh? I mean, if that's gonna be the only place where you want to tell people that you can do shift plus space, why don't we just, you know, play from current shift space? There we go. We did it. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You can't do that too, huh? Because if you think about it, most of the option here doesn't have hotkey too. So most of the button doesn't have hotkey at all. Which is like probably more of the problem of you don't have enough hotkey than the display itself. But that means you should fix that first. Yeah, you can do that now, I guess. Play from current shift plus space. Amazing. Just some hotkey, tooltip for playing animation. Okay, cool. Push them change, and I'm gonna go to sleep now because I'm quite tired. We implement quite a bit of stuff in there, especially the new camera system. So let's save this. Save this. Cool. Do we even have the file? Oh. Project. Older stuff. Oh, it's in there's a folder called old. What the hell? Does it work? No. Okay. Can't open that. Sorry. But that's quite unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. Okay, well, yeah, let's just call it a day for now. Oh, my eyes. I might come back in the evening to do the documentation, but again, I probably not gonna live stream that because it's just writing the document, the doc website, the document website, the manual and stuff like that. So it's nothing to, yeah, there's nothing to show there. Yeah, I think it's a time. It's time. It's time. It's time to just end this. End it for today. So thank you everyone for coming to watch me develop working on this software and for chatting with me today. And see you in the next one. Oh wait, why is he saying that? Stop.